conclude our discussions for the semester or for the period. So we will exercise some little patience, and then by 10:15, hopefully, sorry, 12:15, we will begin our discussions. Thank you.
All right, sir. Hello, sir.
Prof said we should wait for the rest so that we can continue after 12:15. It's now 12:12, so he will
Thank
come.
you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, my friends.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I think we can begin our discussions while the others try and join us. Is there any question from our discussions of last week? Something we said you didn't understand, you read something on your own, uh, and you want some clarification. Any question?
It's no question, sir.
So what did we do last week? If somebody can share with us last week, what were our discussions?
Uh, Thank you, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Uh, uh, Last week we look at ancestors, what who qualifies to be an ancestor, and then we made a mention of certain criteria that one must accomplish or one must meet before we become an ancestor. And I can't remember one was a person living a moral life, who is acceptable by the society, and again living up to an old age, bring up 4 children, and even dying a natural death or a death considered to be martyred. These were some of the conditions that one must meet to be called an ancestor. And then we move on to look at uh, the source of suffering or evil in the world. And I think you made mention of that evil or suffering are classified into two main sources. Suffering can occur through the natural means, and then we look at the moral aspect too, or the moral cause evil. Then, which you made mention of, character deformation is one major cause of moral evil. And also, we will look at torture, and then telling lies. These are all forms part of the moral evil that we normally not met. I mean, normally cause our pain on, and then the natural cause of evil like the earthquake, the famine, the drought, the flood, and the rest. And then we move on to another interesting topic, that the explanation of suffering in the religious perspective, where you mention of the rational way of dealing with suffering in terms of religion, and then the practical aspect or practical ways of dealing with suffering as well. And then we mention of they use rational ways of dealing with suffering in order to, I mean, to motivate religious adherents that suffering is part of worship of God, and God used that one to sometimes to strengthen the faith of the religious adherent. And then we look at the practical ways which religion also used to deal with suffering by providing some of the essential needs of the people. And then some provide education, medical, jobs, and others to deal with this. I mean, there are the practical ways of dealing with the suffering which we find ourselves. And then, if I remember, you move on to suffering in Christianity, and we look at what we call or the Augustine theory or Augustine philosophies, and then Irenaeus philosophies about how sin or suffering occurred. And I remember Augustine, he said he is of the view that man was created a perfect being, but he went astray. He went contrary to God's plan and then fell. Then as a result of that, he encountered suffering in the world. And he also made a serious point that God uses suffering to separate those who are on his side and again those who also oppose him. That is the idea of Augustine. And then Irenaeus too also made a point that humans were not created perfect, but they were created with some goodness or some ability to do good. And man was to go through under training to become perfect, to meet the standard of God. And that was his view. So he thinks that man wasn't made a perfect being, but was to go and through training to become perfect human being. And we tack on the practical approach Jesus used to deal with suffering. And we made some references in the Bible where he fed people with bread and fishes, where he healed the sick. These were the practical approach Jesus used to deal with the suffering that people encountered during his ministry. So I think that's what as far as I can remember. Thank you, sir.
Well, thanks so much for the comprehensive summary of what we did last week. And all that you said is very true. about the issues that we discussed. Is there any other question or contribution from someone else? I'm not sure it's only Kofi who attended last week's lectures. Any other question or contribution? So I can assume that we have all understood the discussions as at last week. If I take Kofi's contribution as a case study, then I will assume that all of you, if not most of you, have understood us. So let's continue and try and conclude on suffering and then move on to look at sacrifice. Yes, Jemima.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please, sir, I just joined, and because of my network, I've not been able to have a full lesson with you. But I was reading through the slides, and then I came across the solutions to is it suffering in Christianity. I found this two people, Augustine and is it Irenaeus or something?
Yeah, Irenaeus, yeah.
Irenaeus, thank you, sir. So after reading, I realized that what is there is no solution, but it's like they are giving reasons or explanation to why we suffer. So I
Yeah.
decided to ask.
Of course, they were trying to respond to the problem of evil. You know, in the earlier slides, you will realize that we have indicated the contribution of one Greek philosopher who sought to ask certain philosophical questions. Yes, God is all powerful. God is the omnipotent. Now, if God is all powerful and there's suffering or there's evil in this world, according to the philosopher, then what it will mean is that it is either God is not as powerful as he has deemed to be, or that he, if he can stop suffering, and he will not allow. And so when you look at we're trying to respond to the problem of suffering,
Okay.
what problem of evil.
Okay.
And so they were saying that God is not what, or God is how we believe him to be. But we suffer because of Augustine's view. We are created, and no, we are created perfect. It's just that certain times and then our own actions and inactions brought. So they were trying to contribute to want to tell us the source of suffering,
Okay.
really finding solutions to the problem of suffering.
Okay, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, sir.
you're welcome. Okay, so let's continue with suffering in Islam. We have looked at suffering in Christianity. We have looked at suffering in Buddhism. Now let's look at Islam. You know, Islam, the basic source of information is the Quran. Is the Quran. And of course, we can also get some information from the Hadith. But the primary source of information is the Quran. Now, the Quran has spoken about suffering. One challenge that the whole subject of suffering poses in Islam is, why should there be suffering when the Quran says Allah is all powerful? And this is similar to the trying to find solution to the problem of evil. Yes, Allah, according to the Quran, is all powerful, is all knowing. Now, if Allah is all powerful, then how come there is suffering? He should be able to, maybe with one command, banish suffering. But how come he is very powerful? And as we said earlier on, the innocent suffer. The Quran gives an answer to this whole challenge or dilemma by saying that Allah is in control. And it is when a person fails to realize how powerful Allah is that the person will see suffering. And so, yes, Allah is all powerful. Allah understands why we should suffer. We have to know that when we fail to appreciate his power, that is when we begin to think that suffering exists. In the Quran, Surah is main chapter. Surah 3165. So Quran chapter 3 verse 165. It is indicated in that Allah has power over all things. It means that since Allah created the world and there is evil in it, then it means he has control over it. Yes, Allah has created the world. Allah knows that there's evil in the world. If he knows it, it means he has absolute control over evil or suffering. If that is the case, the question one will ask is, if Allah has power over everything, then how come there's so much suffering in the world? The Quran gives an answer. In verse 166 of Surah 3, the Quran says that suffering happens because Allah has allowed it. For what reason? To know who are truly his believers. I mean, fortunately, I have some great Muslim scholars on this platform, and I would like to hear their contribution to this discussion. This means that suffering is instrumental. In other words, suffering is used to separate true believers from the unbelievers. So suffering becomes an instrument for Allah to know who are his believers or followers and who are not, or those who are pretending to be. So where from suffering in Islam? In Islam, the origin of suffering is traced to a similar story that is akin to the Old Testament story of the Adamic myth. I mean, we all know the Adamic myth, where Adam and Eve disobeyed God, ate of the forbidden fruit, And according to the biblical scholars and Christian theologians, that action by Adam and Eve led to suffering entering into this world. And there is a similar story in the Quran. In Islam, it is said that when Allah or God, for most of you, I'm sure as for the name Allah, we all know the Allah is the name for God in Islam. When Allah created Adam, he asked Iblis. Now, Iblis is Satan in Islam, who was created as an angel. He asked Iblis to bow before Adam, but Iblis refused, felt that he was superior to Adam more, so he was not going to bow. And it is said that Allah got angry and decided to want to deal with Iblis by destroying him, but held on to that decision to destroy Iblis. So what did he do? He banished him from his presence, and of course Iblis was able to gather some followers, and they have been tempting humans since then. And so you will see that for Islam, evil or suffering came into this world because of Iblis' disobedience of Allah and Allah banishing him, and Iblis and his gang teaming up to tempt humans. So that is how suffering or evil is said to have entered into the world according to Islam. Now, why is suffering, or what is the purpose for suffering? Islam says it is punishment for sin. Yes, we suffer because of our disobedience. Because of our disobedience. Now, in Islam, if you study the history of Islam, when the Holy Prophet Muhammad formed the religion, he faced a lot of challenges. The Makkans were up in arms against him. They fought him, and they persuaded him initially to drop his newfound teachings. When persuasion failed, they decided to apply force. So in the year 622, there was an attempt to kill the Holy Prophet Muhammad. He got a tip-off, and he and his followers escaped and fled to Medina in the year 622 CE. But the battles with the Makkans did not end. They continued fighting, and many wars were fought. Two of these battles are important for Muslims. The Battle of Badr
and Uhud.
and then Uhud. Now, in the Battle of Badr, the Muslim force with a few army, relying on Allah, were able to defeat the huge Meccan army. Then came that Battle of Uhud. Instead of the Muslim army relying once more on the strength of Allah, they felt that if in battle they had defeated the Makkans, they could do so on their own strength. But they were defeated in the Battle of Uhud. And so that became a lesson to Muslims that you don't rely on your strength. You rely on the strength of Allah. And so when you fail to rely on Allah's strength, you could be punished. You could be disciplined. You could lose some benefit because of your disobedience of Allah. Suffering is also used as a means to test the faith of the believers. And so people suffer because of their disobedience, and of course also as a means of testing, trying to know how faithful Muslims are. Now, how do Muslims respond to the whole challenge of suffering? Yes, Islam has also come up with some measures. The first one we'll call sabr. Sabr simply means acceptance or patience or endurance. You know, one thing with Muslims is that whatever happens to a Muslim, the Muslim is supposed to accept it. Allah, so you see a Muslim will say Allahu Akbar. Allah is great. It is He who knows why this should happen. So sabr is a means of acceptance or patience or endurance, so that Muslims believe that Allah is in control of everything. So those going through suffering must embrace it with patience and endurance. Allah knows why it has to happen. And He will give me the patience and the endurance, the fortitude to go through suffering. Then there's the subject of zakat. You know, zakat is one of the pillars of Islam. Zakat simply means giving part of your wealth to the poor and the needy in the society. So it is a way of combating incidents of poverty. Incidents of poverty. So you living in a community, Allah has blessed you. Allah expects that you will be a blessing to the poor and the needy as well. So you see that during Eid al-Adha, Muslims who are wealthy will slaughter all manner of animals, sheep, goat, cow, camel, and share and distribute among other Muslims and even non-Muslims who, especially the Muslims who are poor and cannot afford such a slaughter. And we know that in many Muslim nations, we have the Zakat fund. So if you look at especially those countries from the Gulf, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, they have the Zakat funds. And one prominent among them you could find is Kuwait Zakat Fund. And out of that fund, a lot of what's it called? They have extended hands of help to many communities. In Ghana, a lot of these Zakat funds have been used to build hospitals, provide water, build schools, and what have you, to needy communities, needy Islamic communities, providing scholarships to Muslims who are not in a position to fund the education. And so zakat is such an important means of dealing with suffering, especially poverty among Muslims. We shouldn't forget that zakat is different from sadaqah. Whilst zakat is mandatory because it is a pillar, sadaqah is obligatory. It is not mandatory. If you have, you give. So sadaqah is more of a free will offering. At times when you pass by a mosque on Fridays, you see a lot of people sitting by the mosque with bowls in front of them, trying to ask for alms. When a Muslim drop some money in their bowl, that is not in reference to zakat. That is sadaqah. It's a free will, non-obligatory offering. The zakat is obligatory. In other words, a Muslim who has the financial resources is expected to give part of his wealth to the poor and the needy. Another means of responding to suffering is the use of the Sharia. And you know, there's so much misconception about Sharia. All that we hear is the Sharia courts. Sharia, you know, the Sharia simply means the body of laws that governs Muslims. That's the Sharia. It's like the Torah of the Jewish people. The Torah of the Jewish people, the laws. So the Sharia is the laws that governs Muslims. And the laws deals with ethical relationship among them. It is used to protect the vulnerable and weak in the society, such as women, slaves, and how properties of disease are to be distributed. And so from the Sharia, we're able to, the vulnerable in the society, a man marries, have children, and he dies. How is his property supposed to be distributed? And you know, Muslims don't do well. It is un-Islamic for Muslims to do a will. And so when you die, the Quran has specified how your properties will be shared among your surviving spouses and children and family. And so using the Sharia, which is the law, the Quran spells out how they should be shared. I mean, I will invite some of our Muslim colleagues to help give us more insight into what we're saying. I mean, if any of you may want to contribute, Isa or Mutala or somebody else, I will invite you to come. But let's look at jihad. Jihad calls on Muslims to wage war against evil, but they must engage in only for self-defense. You know, Islam talks about jihad, and many a time this is also one subject that has been misconstrued by many non-Muslims, and even for some Muslims themselves, who are fundamentalists in their outlook. they see jihad only as waging war, killing people. No, jihad is not just that. Jihad is always fighting even against injustice, fighting for the restoration of peace and justice in a society. And so when somebody is being maltreated and you stand up to defend the person, that is jihad. That is jihad. Jihad is not just about taking gun or taking sword or putting bomb on your body and going into a crowd of people and then pressing the knob and killing innocent people. All because you have been brainwashed, indoctrinated to think that when you do that, you will go to paradise and Allah will reward you with 77 virgins in heaven, in paradise. That is not jihad. Jihad has to do with also fighting against evil and ensuring that even you yourself, when you are doing things that is evil, if you should, through jihad, fight against your own self and ensure that that evil that you may be perpetrating against society, you stop it yourself. The last response is what Muslims call martyrdom. This is the act of sacrificing your life to testify and bear witness to one's faith, and is considered to be a noble cause. So that as a Muslim, you should be ready to sacrifice your life as a form of restoring Allah's grace. And so if you have to die, and through your death, peace will be restored, that was something that was commendable by Muslims. And it is believed that if you are a martyr, and you see, it is different from what some Islamic fundamentalists do. For example, if any of you heard of the ISIS or the IS, Islamic State, they also call the ISIS Islamic State of the Islamic State for short, IS. These were a group of
What are you
Muslims.
going to do with it? I said, what are you going to do with it?
Ayonam, we don't know what you are asking us to do. Ayonam, your mic is up, I believe, and you're asking us questions we don't understand.
So I will do it.
If you can switch off your mic, please. Or you are asking a question. Okay. So when talking about the IS, they consider themselves to be of a Puritan Islamic group. They claim to be a Sunni. If I know that they claim they were Sunni, and you know the Sunni sect in Islam claim to follow the pure faith as espoused by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, and at times they consider non-Sunni as heretics, so to speak. And so they went on a killing spree. They went on a killing spree. Those they consider to be non-Sunni, if they were not ready to recount their beliefs and follow the Sunni faith, they were condemned. A lot of non-Muslims were rounded up and beheaded, all in the name of jihad. But that is not Islam. I mean, the Holy Prophet Muhammad did not come to teach that Muslims should take sword and go about killing people, all in the name of jihad or in the name of martyrdom. And so if you strap a bomb on your body and walk into a group of people and detonate the bomb and kill as many as you can kill, that will not earn you martyrdom. Neither will it earn you 77 virgins in heaven. And so for Islam, yes, a martyr is recognized when you truly die bearing witness to your faith. That was considered to be noble, but not just taking guns and killing people and going about shouting Allahu Akbar and put bomb on your body, detonate and kill others. That obviously is not Islamic. Any question, any contribution from our Muslim colleagues? Yes, is there any question, please?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
I'm
Please,
listening to you,
good
sir.
afternoon. This is sir. Yes, sir. I want to do some little somewhat. To this 1560 155 to 156. Most is sort of Allahu Akbar.
Isa,
We
sorry.
say Inna Lillahi.
Hello, Isa, your line was
Can you
broken.
hear?
I didn't hear the earlier part. If you can come back, please. Can you repeat yourself, please?
Line is having problem. Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me now, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. What I said is that always use is Allahu Akbar. We are Allah giving him with our 10. I think it can be found in Quran chapter 2, the verses 55 to 56. I think when you go there about, you read and you see what is happening. So for that matter, and listen, we spoke about evil and the way it is being addressed. You have spoken very nice of that concerning the way we come together to help one another. Islam encourages that we help each other because that's why Islam is even saying that when you save a soul, it's like you have saved the whole of humanity. Now, additionally, you spoke about jihad, like you also said, well spoken. The essence of the one you say jihad, it has a lot of things. There is conception outside there. The moment you say this, they say jihad means that somebody should pick a bomb or to pick a gun or to pick a knife and to end the life of somebody. That is not the meaning of jihad. Even an act of worship, we are walking on the street and you see something like a nail, something that can wound somebody on the road, and you even pick it away to be able to save people. You are doing jihad. People are suffering. You have moved from a distance. That is how we address the issues. Like you said, the word jihad, the essence of jihad is to be able to address the suffering in Islam. So it means to strive to ensure that you save humanity. I think I don't want us to go very far, but these are some of the ways we address. So jihad and suffering, they will go hand in hand. The essence of jihad is to be able to lessen the burden of others, not necessarily killing somebody. That one would come when there is somebody who is terrorizing the community and everybody is not having. And I think even the secular distance is having, where they are sometimes they forced to go and kill some people just to ensure that the place is peace for others. And the essence of jihad is not just to kill anybody. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. So I can say comfort hand up. You can make your point or question. Yeah, comfort. Your hand is up, or it was a mistake.
Yes, Doc. No, sir, I'm asking my question. It's in relation to martyrdom. With the reward of 77 virgins in heaven, does that mean women don't take part in martyrdom? Or women are not recognized when they play their role by um, serving as witnesses to their faith, even in times of death, when they lose their life prophesying their faith to others and they die? Are they not recognized? Thank you.
Well, it's a good
Hello,
question.
sir. Can I
Yes, yes.
can I come there?
Too.
Yes,
Please, I'll
sir.
go
When it comes to the
call you to do that even.
can I go? My network is really worrying me. Sorry. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
This network. Okay. I think what my sister raised is also this thing. There is nobody who doesn't die as a martyr, depending on the religious concept. The number one issue where a woman even died as a martyr is when the Shiloh is giving birth to a child, bringing out life. When you die through that, maybe when you are giving birth to a child, Islam, it is considered that you have died a martyr. And many people have also died in the course of while trying to defend their faith or defending their community. We can mention a lot of them. If you read the history of Islam, there's a particular woman, we call her Sumayya. She was killed through, she was pierced, Abu Jahl pierced her through her private part and killed her just because he is believing in a different, what will I call it, faith apart from. So there are many, many things that we can talk in as far as the martyrdom. Women are part of it. They are also human beings. We also worship. Thank you very much.
Hello, Prof.
Yes, go on, please.
Yes, Well, my contribution is just that you see, in the times of Jesus and Muhammad, you know, the society was more of a patriarchal society where women were seen as, let me put it this way, second-class citizens, or they were always supposed to be subjective to the man. So if you observe, everything that was done placed a lot of emphasis on the man. But like what my earlier colleague said, even in, if you read the Bible was also a bit, there was that bias towards the men, but we still have women who sacrificed their lives and died as martyrs, except that the records were more about the men than the women. So I would rather say that it was the what existed in the then society that made it look as if women were being discriminated against. But in reality, when women also died for the cause of fighting here in quotes, not physical fighting, but championing the cause of either Islam or Christianity, they were duly acknowledged. That's what I want to say, Prof. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You know, while we were just discussing, I just went on the internet to check on this whole concept. And apparently, it is not a Quranic issue. In other words, it is actually 72 virgins, even not even 77. And it was a hadith. Of course, hadith is an important source of Islamic knowledge. So it is not like the Quran said it. It is a hadith, which, and like Nathaniel said, the patriarchal nature of these religions are such that when such discussions are taking place, there's always the emphasis on the men. Always emphasis on the men. And it doesn't mean so. It's no surprising that at least the hadith should have come also with a woman like Isa was alluding to dying as a matter. I mean, will he also be entitled to 72 male virgins in heaven? But the literature I'm just reading is saying that at times it's just a misconception, and it brings some negativity when people assume that that is what all Islam is all about. It's first of all, what's important to note is that it is not in the Quran. It is a hadith, and hadiths could be attributed to either the Prophet himself or to any of his companions who may come up with such ideas. Okay. So, is there a hand? Nat, I can still see your hand. I don't know whether you
No, yes. No, I'm going to bring it down.
Okay. So now let's move to sacrifice, which will be the last topic we will be discussing to conclude our 4-week lecture session. Sacrifice. This is a ritual act which can be found in almost all religions of the world. Before we look at sacrifice in the world religions, taking some examples, let's look at 2 theories that underpins the whole subject of sacrifice. 2 theories. The first theory is the gift theory. The gift theory. And this theory is attributed to the English anthropologist E.B. Tyler. Tyler made a point that sacrifice was originally a gift given to the gods to seek their favor. It was also a gift that was given to the gods to prevent them from punishing the people. And so when in the minds of Tyler, we're talking about sacrifice, it meant that it was a gift which the people give to the gods in the quest to seek their favor. The second theory is a theory that we call the communion theory. The communion theory. And this theory is attributed to another English scholar, William Robertson Smith. According to Smith, sacrifice originally was meant to be used by the believers to come together as one people, having a communion, to share in a communion meal. And so it was also an opportunity for them to share in that meal with the sacred or with God. And so anytime sacrifice was offered, it was an opportunity for the worshippers to eat together with the sacred. So at times when you look at some of the sacrifices, it is a ritual meal is prepared, and part of the meal is offered to the sacred, and the worshippers also share in that same meal. I mean, among indigenous Ghanaians or among some Ghanaians, we have the eto, the traditional ritual meal by the Akan, whether it is made from yam or plantain, mixed with red pepper, and then eaten with eggs. You see that when it is prepared, a portion is taken and it is used to feed the stools. And then the worshippers also eat of that meal. You call it the ritual, the communion meal, more or less. When you look at the Ganhomawo, they prepare the ritual meal the quickly, and then as they go to the stool rooms and stool places and they sprinkle. And they eat of that meal as well. So that is what they call the communion theory underpinning the concept or the idea of sacrifice. Now, the word sacrifice itself, what does it really mean? Scholars have tried to look at the etymology of the word sacrifice, that it comes from the Latin word sacrificum. Sacra and then facere. Sacra means something set aside, while facere means to make. So sacrifice will mean a religious act in which an object was or is set aside or consecrated and given to the sacred. Now, there's this, at times you could call it a confusion between sacrifice and offering. And I try to explain the two terms, because as far as I'm concerned, when we are discussing the subject of sacrifice, then that will entail the shedding of blood. So when animal or blood is involved, I'd call it sacrifice. But when objects like food is given out, then that is an offering. So if we take the communion theory as given by Smith, that may qualify more as an offering more than a sacrifice, because we are looking at sharing in a meal. But of course, we can also offer a sacrifice, and an act of the sacrificial animal, part of it is used to prepare a ritual meal and then given to the sacred, and the people will also share in that meal. Let's look at what we call the structure of sacrifice. The structure of sacrifice. And we have identified this four structure: a victim, consecration, surrender or relinquishing, and then a motive. And then motive. And let's try and explain the four. We say that when we're talking about a victim, then here we are making reference to the sacrificial animal. And don't forget that in sacrifice, the sacrificial animal could either be.
Sir, sir, please, Madam Esinam, video is on and she's disturbing us.
Please, I mean, if you don't need to put on the video, depending on where you are and what you are doing, at times your video is on, and this an online. You may forget yourself, and then before you know, you are trying to wrap your cloth around your body, and you end up exposing yourself. So please, let's try and be circumspect. If you don't need to switch on your video, please switch it off. I beg you. Thank you. So I was making the point that the sacrifice or the victim of sacrifice, let me be more specific. The victim of sacrifice can either be an animal or a human being. And at times people don't understand this thing. Will come when we get into some of the religions, you will understand why I say the victim of sacrifice can either be an animal or it can be a human being. When we're talking about consecration, this is setting the victim apart, so the victim can be ritually fit to be given to the sacred or the supernatural. What we are doing, or what you are giving, or the recipient of the victim of sacrifice is sacred. And so you don't just give the victim anything at all. So you set it apart, so you make it ritually acceptable to be given. Then we're talking about to relinquish. This one is meant to destroy the victim. In other words, you are killing the victim and then offering it either as a burnt offering, or even if it means burying the victim as a whole to be given to the sacred. It could also be given in parts. In other words, a portion of the animal will be taken and used to prepare a ritual meal to be given to the sacred, and then the remainder part, the carcass, is shared among those who are present, so they can also take it home and consume. Now let's zoom in and look at sacrifice in some of the world religions. So we are going to look at it in ATR. We'll look at it in Islam as well. And then we'll finally conclude with Christianity. So let's look at ATR. Sacrifice in ATR. So in ATR, we'll say that sacrifice involves the shedding of blood. And like I said, the shedding of blood can be that of an animal, or it can be that of the human. You see, today, because of contemporary legal issues, the idea of human sacrifice is no longer tolerated by the law. But many years back, human sacrifice was part of the religion. Depending on the severity of the issue, if this victim of sacrifice is supposed to be a human being, it will be made. When we read the history of the Fanti, you know, the Fanti migrated from Techiman. When they got to Mankasim, before their dispersal to their current abode, there were some challenges they faced in Mankasim. The chief priest who led the Fanti from Techiman to where they are now was called Ejahor. Ejahor went to inquire to find out why there's this unexplained death, pestilence, and he was told the challenge and he was told the solution. And what was the solution? The solution was that there must be a human sacrifice to appease the sacred. Who was going to be sacrificed? So Ejahor himself volunteered his own life to offer himself as a sacrifice or a sacrificial victim to save his people. So he was sacrificed, and according to history, the pestilence and unexplained deaths and troubles all came to an end or ceased. And up to today, the Fanti celebrate Ejahor with their Humba festival. So you go to Mankesim, you go to the Gomoa areas. There is the Ahumba festival that is celebrated, Ahumba Kese and Ahumba Kakraba. And this Ahumba is celebrated in honor of Ejahor and how he sacrificed or offered his life to be sacrificed for the people. When you read the history of the Asante also, we hear the story of Feneboakodia. You know, those times the Denchira were the dominant power. Then the Asante were not even as powerful as the Denchira. So anytime the Denchira came up against the Asante, they would defeat the Asante. It's in one of the battles that I think led to the death of Osetutu the First, which event has become what is known as the Ntamkesi of the Asante. So the question was asked, how can the Asante defeat the Denchira? Okonfanochi made the inquiries and he was told that unless somebody was sacrificed, in this case, Feneboakodia will have to be sacrificed for the Asante to dominate the Denchira. And so in that battle that eventually led to the Asante defeating the Denchira, it was said that Feneboakodia, having been chosen as a sacrificial victim, was made to lead the Asante army. Of course, he was not armed. When the battles started, the Denchira were having the upper hand. But the moment Feneboakodia was killed, immediately the tide turned and the Asante overpowered the Denchira and defeated the Denchira. And ended the hegemony of the gentry over the Asante. And so you see that in these two examples, human beings were the victim of sacrifice so that the people will be saved from whatever challenges they were going through. And so human sacrifice has always been, like I said, today, if a community undertakes such an act, of course, the laws may be compelled to come after them, and so we don't tend to see them today. Even if such things are happening, they are happening at the blind side of everybody. That is at times when the chief dies and they are going to bury the chief, they will tell people that between 7 p.m. and 12 midnight on this particular stretch of road, nobody should pass there. If you are stubborn and you decide to go there, that will be the last time anybody will hear of you. Your body may not even be found. Now, coming back to sacrifice in ATR, one scholar, Professor C.R. Garber, has given us structure of sacrifice in ATR. He calls it consecration, identification, and then immolation. Just a quick explanation of this structure. To the African, like I said earlier on, the recipient of sacrifice are holy. And by recipient, we are talking about the ancestors, we are talking about the minor deities, and then ultimately we are talking about the supreme being. So because the recipient are holy, the sacrificial victim must be consecrated or set apart so as to make them ritually acceptable to the people. Among the Nua of South Sudan, an animal to be sacrificed is rubbed with ash as a form of consecration. And also for the Akan, a piece of white cloth will be tied around the neck of the animal as a symbol of consecration, as a means to set apart that animal and make it ritually acceptable to the holy. He also talks about identification. In identification, the person who intends to offer the sacrifice must identify himself or herself with the victim of sacrifice. Now, this identification is symbolic. It is a means of creating a link between the offerer and then the victim of sacrifice. And this is done because the victim is going to replace the offerer. In other words, the victim is going to suffer the punishment of the offerer. And so there must be an exchange. In other words, the victim acts as a substitute. So that identification is a way of exchanging. And the identification can take various forms. Among the Mende of Sierra Leone, the offerer will lay his or her hand on the victim. That becomes a form of identification. for the Yoruba of Nigeria, normally when they are using the fowl, and I'm sure at times we have seen them in the Nigerian movies. So the Babalawo is the Yoruba a traditional priest. The Babalawo will take the fowl and use it to touch the body of the offerer. That is a form of identification. Now, when that has been done, then it comes to the third and final structure according to Garba, that is immolation. Immolation simply means destruction. Simply means destruction. And the destruction may be partial or it may be whole. By partial, it means giving part of the sacrificed animal to the sacred, and then the rest of it consumed by the people who are around. And then by whole, it means that the whole sacrificial victim is offered to the sacred in the form of burnt offering or even burial. Now, there are times also the immolation can be delayed. To a more auspicious time. And so in a situation like that, the victim of sacrifice may be set aside by tying red calico around the neck of the sheep or the fowl. It is tied on the wings. And in such cases, they may be allowed to roam about in the community. And now you see the community members, the moment they see a red calico, a red cloth tied around the neck of this animal, will immediately conclude that the animal has been earmarked for sacrifice, and nobody will want to touch it. Even if it strays into your house or into your barn, I mean, you want to move it away because you know that anything untoward that you will do, the repercussion may be dire. And so when the appointed time arrives, then the animal will be then offered. So that is how Garba describes what he calls the structure of sacrifice.
Yes, bang on the bang.
Hello, Mercy. Mercy, if you can switch off your mic, please. Okay, thank you. Let me pause and take your questions, please, if there's any. Any question at this point? Is there a question, please? Or we can proceed.
Can proceed,
Yes,
sir.
let's proceed, sir.
Okay, thank you. Of course, sacrifice can come in many types. In it here, we can talk about propitiatory sacrifice. It is sacrifice that is offered to appease an angry deity. So the supreme being is angry. The deity is angry. The ancestors are angry. We can offer a propitiatory sacrifice. So the substitutionary sacrifice, where a victim is offered as a sacrifice in place of a sinner, so to speak, or somebody who has offended or committed a grave sin and ought to have paid with his dear life. A substitutionary sacrifice may be offered. Then there is the votive sacrifice. You know, interestingly, anytime I talk about votive sacrifice, the example I normally use is found in the Bible. Maybe it may be because I don't have a direct such sacrifice in it is possible there may be, maybe the literature has not captured it, so we may not know. But the votive sacrifice is a sacrifice that is offered to the sacred in response to the sacred doing the bidding of the offerer. Rosina, you have your hands up. I hope it's a question. Rosina. Okay.
Yes, sir, please. Sir.
I saw your
Hello,
hand up.
sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, please, I wanted you to explain the substitutionary offertory. Sorry, the substitutionary sacrifice. That is what I wanted an explanation.
Okay.
I didn't hear the explanation that you gave.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, like the name, like you can suggest substitutionary. In other words, or a victim of is that as a substitute or offered in the original victim. So somebody should have suffered that punishment, but that sacrifice is offered in place of that person who is meant to suffer that punishment. So the victim becomes a substitute for your own deeds. So the victim suffers in your. I don't know what that.
Yes.
Rosina.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear what I said?
Hello, sir.
Did you hear what I said?
Sir, my network. I don't know if it's about my network. I can't hear anything, sir. Hello.
It may be your
I
network.
couldn't hear
Maybe
what
you
you
have to
said.
log out.
Yes, sir.
It will be your network. So if you can log out and log in, maybe it may do you good.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Isa, your hand is up. Isa, I can see your hand
Sir.
up. Yes.
Sir, please,
I can hear
you
please
were
go
also sir, please, you were trying to explain what a votive sacrifice is, and then our sister came in. So can you continue with us, please? Sir?
Exactly. That's what I'm going back to.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
So with a votive, you go to the sacred with a request, and you tell the sacred that God, Nananum, if you do this for me. Okay, I have an example in my own thesis, and I will share that as well. If you do this for me, I am going to offer this sacrifice to you. So what it means is that in votive, the sacrifice is offered after the sacred has done his side of the bargain. And one example that I normally use, and now I just remember that in my own PhD thesis, I got another example. But the one that most people know, because it's in the Bible, and most people have read the Bible, say that it has to do with the Jewish leader Jephthah. Remember Jephthah? Jephthah was a judge in Israel, and he decided to go to battle. And in the battle, before going, he told God that, God, if you give me victory in this battle, the first person who will come and meet me in my victory match, I will offer that person to you as a sacrifice. And so God said, I have heard you. You go. And he got the victory that he needed. On his way back, I don't know what his mind was. Maybe he was thinking that his worst enemy will come and embrace him. On his way back, it was his only daughter who came and embraced him, and he started weeping. Eventually, he has to honor God with that sacrifice. And like I told you in my PhD research, I came across a similar story. One of my interviewees told me the story of his niece. Yeah, let me take your questions, and then I'll continue. Isa, your hand is up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me hear you.
I want to speak on the votive.
Please do.
Yeah, votive. I want to give an example of couples who might have married for a long time and searching for a child. May go to a particular deity and try to promise that particular deity that when really through the medicine man, when he's able to provide them with, when he's able to help them to get a child, either they would name the child after that particular deity or they will come and offer some sacrifice. So this is an example of the other particular votives. And at the end of the day, some of them, when they don't do it, sometimes there are consequences to that. This is an example I wanted to talk about. I don't know. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes, a mercy. Your hand is up also.
Thank you. Please, mine is with the example you gave about Jephthah's daughter.
Yeah.
Was she killed? Because with what you are telling us, it means the victim is usually killed or sacrificed to complete the ritual. Was she killed? Because when you look at the
When you read,
trophosis system,
when you read a story, What does the story tell? It's a long time I read that story myself anyway.
What I know is she was sent out to serve. That is, I also didn't read much about that. But when you look at the trochosis system in the Volta region, when you
Yeah.
offend the God, they take the victim, and the victim is made to serve the shrine for the rest of her life. She is not killed.
No, but
So my question
Trokoshi is not votive.
no, I'm not
Trokoshi,
talking about voting. My question is it always that the victim is killed? That's my question.
you mean in terms of sacrifice?
Yes. Is it always that the victim is killed?
Oh no, it's not always. Not always. There was a story that were told many years in Nigeria. I grew up in Nigeria, and in that story, I remember that there's a community, an Igbo community, where it was said that at the beginning of every year, the chief priest will take a sacrificial animal and then go to the outskirts of the community, and every member of the community will come and confess him. After he has done that, the priest will make some ritual utterances and release the Isa, your mic is still on, and release the animal, and it goes away. And that is a form of immolation. The animal leaves the community with the sins of the community, more or less, and goes away, and whatever happens to it, well, it's none of the business of the community. And that is
Bismillah.
Isa, your mic, your speaker is on.
Sorry, sir.
And so in sacrifice, when we say immolation or destruction, it could take many forms. And in this case, like the story in that Igbo community, the animal is let loose to go. It could roam about. Some wild animal can pounce on it and devour it, or whatever may happen to it. But it goes away and is deemed to have been destroyed, carrying away the sins of the community. Now, when we take the trokoshi can come under it is not even as I'm not sure we can describe it under sacrifice. It is more of an atonement for sin. It's atonement for sin, and so somebody commits a sin, and then your relative or your own daughter or some child of yours will have to be sent to the shrine to serve as in servitude.
So, sir, can we say it's a form of substitutionary sacrifice? Because in place of the offender,
No, of course, you can say so.
yeah.
You can, and we can say it is a form of substitutionary sacrifice. If we want to put it in a context of sacrifice. But like I said, I'm struggling to put trokoshi within the context of sacrifice. I'm struggling to put it within the context of sacrifice. But in terms of substitutionary context, yes, that is true. But as to whether we can describe it as a sacrifice, I'm struggling to put it within that context. it's a form of atonement, atoning for a sin. So somebody has committed a sin, the person is supposed to suffer, but a virgin, a nephew, a niece in most cases is taken to go and serve that punishment, more or less, as an atonement. As to whether that is sacrifice, I'm struggling to really accept that.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Now, so just to wrap up on votive, like I said, in votive, you make the promise that if this is done for me, I will respond. And I was telling you the story of my interviewee during my PhD, where he said the niece came and so, Uncle, I've been married for this number of years. Unfortunately, I don't have a child. You need to tell the ancestors to help me. So he takes her to the storeroom and makes an appeal to the ancestors. And then the niece makes some promise that if Nananum bless me with a child, I'm going to give this back as a sacrifice. According to my interviewee, 1 year on, the niece got pregnant and gave birth. And she came back with a baby and then what she has promised to offer to Nananum. And he took her to the storeroom and said, Nanam, we were here last year. Your daughter has given birth and she is back with a promise she made to thank you and to offer you what she had promised. So that becomes a votive. The promise is redeemed only after the sacred has fulfilled his side of the bargain. Then there's the thanksgiving, which is self-explanatory. Thanksgiving sacrifice. I mean, the sacred does some good for you. You are happy, and then you are giving thanks. So during harvest, there's bumper harvest. I mean, most of the communities that have agrarian festivals, yam festival and other festivals, these are all Thanksgiving sacrifice they offer to thanking the sacred for a bumper harvest. Then we have the expiatory sacrifice. Expiatory simply means purificatory. So sin has been committed. Sin has been committed. You have to offer the sacrifice to purify the land and also to restore the sinners back to ritual purity. So expiatory. And traditionally chiefs are said that it is said that chiefs are not supposed to come into contact with dead bodies. When they do, they become ritually unclean. And so in situations like this, an expiatory sacrifice will have to be performed and the blood will be used to drip on the chief to cleanse the chief. So expiatory sacrifice is the type of sacrifice performed to cleanse the land that has been, and also the human being that has been touched with ritual death. So you break a taboo. Ritual death is occasion and expiatory sacrifice will have to be performed. Then the last one is preventive sacrifice. Preventive sacrifice, which is also self-explanatory. I mean, sacrifice that is offered to prevent a calamity from happening. Now let's conclude by looking at the importance of sacrifice in traditional religion. That one, it ensures vertical and horizontal integration. In other words, between humans and the supernatural, which is the vertical, sacrifice brings them together. And if we go by Smith's theory, the communion theory, it means on the horizontal, among the people themselves, sacrifice can bring them together as they partake in a communion. Sacrifice is also used to express penance. So it is used to express forgiveness, propitiatory sacrifice, expiatory sacrifice, and all of them are a form of sacrifice that is meant to ask for forgiveness, to show penance. Also, it helps to show inner and ritual purity. So we talk about expiatory. It is used to ensure that we are restored back to ritual purity. So sacrifice helps you to be ritually clean so you can partake in the ritual of worship as far as the indigenous African is concerned. So that will take us to sacrifice in Islam. Sacrifice in Islam. Now, you know, in Islam, sacrifice is not a pillar. It is not a pillar of Islam. So it is not to say that we do not have the concept of sacrifice in Islam. There is a concept of sacrifice in Islam. So I would say that in Islam, sacrifice serves as a tangible expression of devotion and submission to Allah's will. It encapsulates the essence of faith, underscoring the Prophet Ibrahim's unwavering obedience to Allah, even when faced with the most challenging test of sacrificing his beloved son. Now, the importance of sacrifice in Islam is seen in when Abraham was challenged by Allah to try and sacrifice his son Ishmael. I mean, those of you who are Christians, don't get confused. Abraham or Ibrahim was said, of course, we all know he had two sons. His elder son was Ishmael or Ishmael, and then the younger son was Isaac. But in the Judeo-Christian variant, Abraham attempted to sacrifice Isaac. In the Islamic variant of the same story, Abraham attempted to sacrifice his son Ishmael. And it is that sacrifice of Ishmael that we have the Muslim festival of Eid al-Adha. And so Eid al-Adha is an important occasion in Islam. It's a festival that Muslims celebrate to remember that act of the near sacrifice of Ishmael. Now, in Islam, there's also the practice of Akika. This is where the sacrifice is offered on the birth of a child. And you know, when the child is a male, a number of animal is offered. When it's a female, I think half the number that is offered for male is. So if we offer one for female, then we'll offer two for female. There's this word, bani, which is an Arabic word for sacrifice. Now, the act of sacrifice in Islam beautifully encapsulates the concept of submission to Allah. Now, there are some types of sacrifice in Islam. The Kubani or Udiya. We are told that these are the heart of Islamic tradition. And it is offered during the Eid al-Adha festival. So when Muslims sacrifice the sheep, the cow, the camel, and other animals, what they performing is Kubani. That this is in commemoration of Abraham's near sacrifice of Ishmael. Then we talk about the Akika, sacrifice that is offered to welcome a newborn baby into the world. Then there's the Sadaqah. Of course, this conjures the images of physical offering. With Sadaqah, Sadaqah is free will offering. Giving some free will offering to the needy. Then there's the Nahir. There's a sacrifice that is offered in remembrance of the aborted sacrifice of Ishmael. I think it's almost like the Kubani. Like the Kubani that is offered during the Eid al-Adha. Now, the point we're trying to make with sacrifice in Islam is that, like I said, sacrifice is not a pillar of Islam. But there are acts and practices in Islam that support the notion that the concept of sacrifice exists in Islam. This is what we see in Eid al-Adha, and then we see that in Akika, and then the other Islamic practices as well. Then we will conclude with sacrifice in Christianity. Sacrifice in Christianity. Of course, for us to understand the idea of sacrifice in Christianity, we must go to the Old Testament, the Judeo-Christian scriptures. I always say Judeo-Christian because the Old Testament is the Jewish scriptures. The Christians too have appropriated the Old Testament. So when we say Christian Bible, we are talking about the Old Testament. The Old Testament, truly speaking, is a Jewish scripture, not a Christian scripture, but Christians make use of it. And in the Old Testament, we read so much about sacrifice. So in Leviticus 1-7, all manner of discussions are done on sacrifice. We see that in the Old Testament, sacrifice was used as a means to thank God, to worship Him, to praise Him, to petition Him, to ask for God's forgiveness. So that when you study the Old Testament, sacrifice can be summarized as gift giving, as gratitude, as in the form of petition, also in the form of expiation, and of course, and also in form of having communion with God. Now, the whole act of sacrifice in the Old Testament was an acknowledgement of a being higher than human, who supplied the whole needs of humans, and hence needs to be appreciated, needs to be thanked. Now, when we look at the Christian theology, how is sacrifice viewed in the Christian theological thinking? Here we see this in the sacrifice of Jesus. So that we see that the sacrifice in Christianity is seen in the entire life of Jesus and how that ended in his crucifixion. So we look at the life of Christ. He led a life of self-oblation. We say that his entire earthly ministry is seen as an expression of his inner self-offering to God. He was described as the Paschal lamb, which was sacrificed at the Passover festival. He offered himself as an Old Testament sacrifice to atone for the sin of humankind. And we can conclude by picking some lessons from the idea of Christian sacrifice. That one, the life of a Christian is sacrificial, because that was the example set by Christ. That two, external sacrifice must be a sign of inner disposition of a person. So what you are within you must be expressed in the outer being. Also, sacrifice should be geared towards love of God and, of course, neighbor. Also, sacrifice implies total surrender to God. Sacrifice should be freely given as Christ voluntarily offered himself to save mankind. And finally, we say that there is a clear link between sacrifice and sin. So we say that Christ's sacrifice has made God to forgive humans. In other words, sacrifice can be said to be salvific. Salvific. Now, when we say that sacrifice is salvific, we mean that it was meant with the aim of saving us from this suffering in this world and eventually giving us a path to be in heaven and to be with God. So my friends, sacrifice in Christianity will bring to an end our discussions in comparative religion. Now, if we try and do a recap of what we have been doing in the course of the semester, we try to explain what the subject matter is. So what is comparative religion? We talked about it. We looked at some definitions by some scholars. So we looked at that of Louis Jordan. We look at Bender. and we'll look at Wotogbe Weneka. We'll look at those ones as well. We also discuss names that scholars have given to the discipline. So we talked about comparative religion being called a science of religion, history of religion, and then the phenomenology of religion. We explained what they meant. We then looked at the methodology for the study of religion. We looked at how scientists employ some principles. So we looked at humility, first-hand information, and what have you. We looked at reasons for the study of comparative religion in the academic institution like the University of Cape Coast. Then, having looked at the preliminary discussions, we decided to compare some themes. So we compared. The first theme we did was the concept of Avatara incarnation, where we looked at how some religions believe that God over the period of time come down. So we took an example of Hinduism and then Christianity. So we looked at Avatara and Hinduism, and we said that the deity that is responsible for the many avatars is Vishnu. Vishnu, we said, is the Hindu deity responsible for the preservation of the world. We saw how he incarnated in 10 of his avatars we talked about in the various forms as animals, as humans. Then we looked at incarnation in Christianity. We took the example of the Catholic Church. We looked at how Christ incarnated, came as God on earth, dealing with the challenges. In both Avatar and Incarnation, we made a point that there are two purposes. The first purpose is for salvation, soteriology, and then the second is for the end time, eschatology. We said that Christians, theologians may also refer to as the parousia, the end of time. Now, having looked at Avatar incarnation, we looked at the potent dead. We look at how some religions believe that there are some beings who have died or who may be alive, who are in a position to act as an intermediaries between us and God. So we took examples from Christianity, Islam, and traditional religion. We looked at the saint in his Christianity, and here we said that the example we use is from the Catholic Church, saint in Catholicism. We said in the Catholic Church, before you become a saint, you should have died, led a virtuous life and a holy life. The processes begins 5 years after your death, but there are situations where the Pope can waive that 5-year wait and begin your process earlier than that. We also said that the body responsible for the making of saints in Catholicism is a committee called the Congregation for the Causes of Saints. This body is headed by one of the senior cardinals and made up of other cardinals and some medical luminaries who will evaluate a claim, and when they are satisfied, they will recommend to the Pope that that individual should be made a saint. We also made a point that for one to be made a saint, he or she will have to go through 4 different phases. So we have the servant of God, we have the stage of the venerable, the stage of the beatification, and then the stage of canonization. Then we looked at saint in Islam, we say is the wali, and the wali is more associated with the Sufi sect. We said that in Islam, saint is really not a belief that is popular or that has official blessing. It is more of seen in more of popular Islam than in official Islam. And I explained the two concepts. By popular Islam, I mean Islam as practiced by ordinary Muslims, and by official Islam, Islam as regulated by the imams. Then we looked at the ancestors, how you become an ancestor, and then their functions. Then we talked about suffering. We looked at the sources of suffering, natural and moral, and how suffering is responded to. We looked at suffering in Christianity, then the problem of suffering or the problem of evil, which is a philosophical problem. If God is powerful, why is there evil? If he's willing and is unable, it means he's not powerful enough. But if he's powerful and but is not willing, it means he may be wicked. So the problem of evil. Then we looked at Augustine's Irenaeus' contribution to the debate and their idea. Then we looked at how suffering is dealt with in Christianity. The same with Buddhism. And of course, in Islam as well. Then in Buddhism, we talked about the 8 noble truths. The 4 noble truths, sorry, not 8, the 4 noble truths. And then eventually the 8 full part as the means of dealing with the problem of suffering. Then we looked at Islam and how Muslims respond. And then finally, we looked at sacrifice to conclude our discussions. So that is a comparative religions for you. There will be, I'm sure you have been informed, you are going to have 2 quizzes and an exam in between. So you see that quiz one will cover some parts, the first part of the course outline up to Avatara incarnation, and then quiz 2 will cover the remainder part. But the exams obviously will cover all the 2 sections. And so you have to prepare. I think we have tried to be as self-explanatory as possible.
Yeah,
If there are any issues, you can always reach to me, and then I will explain the issues to you. And so on this note, I want to bring to a formal discussion.
Please, my hand is up.
Yes, go on, Joanna.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for the explanations and everything that you have done for us. Please, Since we don't have self-assessment questions on the slides, what we have read, I want to plead with you if you can give us sample examination questions so that we'll try our hands on.
That is fine. That is fine. I will send one or two to Isaac, and then he will make them available to you.
Okay, Prof. Thank you very much.
Yes, Tete.
Doc, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Please, I also plead to you that the areas that you've mentioned, please, if you can give it to Isaac so that you list them for us to be remembering it, so that it can guide us.
Now you know by the nature of your quizzes and the exams, it means it covers the entire topics that we have studied. You get me?
Okay.
But it's just that in quiz 1, I have limited you to from the introduction to I think Avatara and incarnation. And then quiz 2, after Avatara and incarnation, takes care of quiz 2. But then when it comes to the exams can better. I have the areas I have set the exams. But whichever way, you may have to read, go through the slides and familiarize yourself with them so that you'll be able to answer the quizzes. Don't forget, we are going to I'm setting about 60 objective questions, 40 for the quizzes, and then 20 for the exams. And then the exams, the section, you will answer 2 questions.
Maxwell, you are disturbing Maxwell.
You will answer 2 questions from the section B. So I will do well to let you know maybe the areas for the section B. I have not set those questions yet, but I've set the questions for the 2 quizzes, quiz 1 and 2. That one I have the questions. I will be setting the questions for the exams together with the objectives for the exams in the course of the week. So I'll let you know. So Isaac, just remind me, and then I'll get those things for you. Okay, Isaac, your hand is up.
Sir, please, can you repeat the topics for the first quiz, please?
I've told you that the first quiz, the quiz is from the introduction to Avatara and incarnation.
Oh, okay.
Then quiz 2 will falls within the rest of the topics to the last topic.
Okay, Daddy. Thank you.
Yeah. But when it comes to the exams will come from any part of it. But I will let you know which areas I've set the exams questions from. So Isaac, you just send me a reminder on WhatsApp so that I will make them available to you. By the close of next week, just do that.
Okay.
Just do that so that I will let you know. Okay, so I think we are done for the semester. I don't know whether we'll meet again in a different environment. Thank you, and then enjoy the rest of the day.
We thank you so.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello, Prof. Hello,
For
Prof.
explaining.
Thank you.
Hello, Prof. Hello, Prof. Hello, Prof.
Prof is
Hello.
gone.
Please, can you give Prof's number? Can any of you give me his number? Please. Hello. Hello.
He's gone already.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Hello.
We are listening.
Please, okay, please, can someone give me Prof's number?
I'm back. Don't
Hello,
worry.
Prof.
Take my
Okay,
number.
Daddy, thank you very much.
Pause that number. If you don't have no problem, it's 024.
Okay, Daddy.
024 300
300
91
91
34.
34. Okay.
Yes. So it's my WhatsApp number as well. So you can reach me on WhatsApp on it.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
sir,
you
the
very
number again. Oh, the number again.
It's
024
300 9134.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're
God
welcome.
bless you.
Thank you. God bless you. More wisdom, more patience.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. Please, the sister who was asking about Jafta's daughter and them, is she around or she's gone? I think she's gone.
Hello.
Yes.
Please, have we ended the lesson?
Yes.
The class. Oh, okay. I had a problem with my network. Oh, okay.
The lesson has ended.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Brakofi, do you have anything to give us about the
Oh.
Jephthah?
Oh, she was asking whether the daughter was killed or what. In fact, I didn't want to interrupt the professor because we wanted to finish there because there are two school of thought that after the daughter appeared to embrace him, the daughter, in fact, the man told the daughter what he has promised God. So the daughter also agreed. And the daughter also requested for something because by then she was a virgin. So the daughter requested that the father allow her is it 4 days or 3 months or so to mourn her virginity. So on that accord, others are thinking that if someone who is going to be killed, so they believe that the lady wasn't killed, but rather he was sent in circulation to serve God, like Samuel the mother did. They offer Samuel to serve in the tabernacle.
Okay.
So that's one school of thought that someone who was going to be killed, why should he have requested to mourn her virginity? Because she wasn't going to give birth or marry. So therefore, she was going to serve God throughout her own life, her whole life. And there was another school of thought that after that morning, the father offered her to God in a burnt sacrifice, like what they used to do.
Okay.
So these are the two of thought that, but most of people believe that she was offered to God in a burnt sacrifice. So she was killed. So
Okay.
that was just. So I didn't want to interrupt the prof. That's why I kept quiet.
Okay. Thank you
So
very much.
Yeah, Kofi. Where Kofi?
yeah, Masa. Yes.
Kofi, can you
Yes,
talk
me too.
backstage? Let's talk. Let's talk
Yo,
backstage.
Mate.
Why? I honey, I use something else. Why?
Yo, Mate.
Mr.
Hey.
Asante,
Why?
Mr.
I'm a
Asante
hope.
and
Now, and
Children.
yes, I'm coming to know matter.
Yo, Mate.
Regina, are you around?
Yo.
Kofi,
Original
you can
Oko.
say to the one I'm
Yes,
coming to see I'm ahead. Ọkùnrin mu ayé ayé ṣe nti
Bibi anya de.
yẹn kasa kyerɛ sisi yɛ. Okay.
Mate. On there, Obia Uncle. Right.